Okay, should be all good. I just quickly need to change the filters so that I can speak over the music again. That's set up. The Discord message has been sent as well. Yes, there we are. Okay, everything is set up. Welcome everybody. Today is going to be a little bit of a chill day. I do have something special, of course, as one of my new pieces of music just released, which I'm here to promote as well, as you can imagine. So I'm just quickly going to drop that in the chat and pin it. Okay, I can pin message here, and that way it will show up top there. That way, anytime people get into the stream, they'll be able to see it, right? So hope that you can all see the stream. Hope that everybody is joining in as well. I'll just wait maybe 1 or 2 seconds. The project that I've opened today is the High-Tech from Scratch project, which I want to work on. The series no longer exists. It has kind of transformed into Conversations with Projector by the way that I edited that first Conversations with Projector. Initially, I meant to take all of the highlights of maybe like the sound design and all of that stuff from that stream and put it up as a video. But I found that the conversations were much more interesting than the actual like sound design and stuff. And of course, for those that want to see the sound design, I mean, the streams are still there, right? So they can still go ahead and watch it and enjoy the content there. So as I said, today wasn't necessarily meant to be like an episode in that series. In fact, I'm thinking of just not doing the series anymore at all, at least the High-Tech one. At least that has been discontinued. And that's just simply because not enough people were watching it. Let me quickly set this up so that I can show just the public stuff. If I then go here, we should have High-Tech from Scratch stream recap. Yeah, I can show you kind of what I meant by that. When it comes to the High-Tech stuff, like in the time where all of my videos were getting 1,000 views, it was getting like 300 views, 500 views here, and the rest was all doing very, very well, right? So that is one of the reasons why I decided like, okay, the series not really doing so well as people wanted it to. Like people didn't enjoy it as much. I'm having a little bit of the same problem with Conversations with Projector. I like to do that kind of content a lot more, but it's annoying to see that it gets so little attention. I'll continue doing them maybe up until like episode 10 at least, to just see if people will catch on that it's actually a very cool series to watch and that there's a lot of interesting conversations in there. I think the next two should hopefully do a little bit better, because the last one did terrible, but the topic was very specific. It was a very specific one in terms of the topic that it was about. It was that one about, is sound omnidirectional? And it was like a very long chat about that. And people really didn't click on it. People really didn't care. But the next two are going to be about the mixing sessions. So there will be mixing secrets involved in that. So hopefully those draw a little bit more viewers. It does need to have a lot of viewers for the series to make sense, because in terms of editing, it takes by far the longest of anything that I do in terms of editing. I also like that it's the kind of series where I can experiment a little bit more with my editing, just maybe do like a few more effects and stuff like that. It doesn't have to necessarily be like a tutorial. So for that reason, I just like doing the series. I like having a way of connecting with my community in a way that they get to know me more, instead of just the information that I know, the tutorials that I make, the sound design stuff, the mixing stuff, the kick and bass stuff. That is kind of just information that I know, but it's not really me, you know what I mean? So just for that reason, I want to keep the series alive. I think it's interesting for people to get to know me as well as like a person. Hello Mindbee, welcome to the stream. Welcome. But yeah, today we're just going to be producing a little bit. I'm going to be sitting here and chilling a little bit, and we're just going to have some fun. So this project has been sitting around quite a long time. I actually recently filmed a video in it in which I made a couple of high-tech synths. So like these 3 synths over here. That video is coming out later this month, maybe even next month at this point. So early April, that would be. The other thing that I did in preparation for that video is update the kick and bass, because the old one sounded terrible. And now we have this. Still not perfect, but it's a lot better already. We also have the darker version here. Hello, Sai. Welcome, welcome. The sidechaining should be working now, right? Yeah. And close that. Okay, so that's what we have. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I just want to kind of relax and produce a little bit. The first thing that I wanted to do that I heard before the stream was trying to move this synth sound back to over here, where it came from. And then turn it off in here, not have it in here. So like this. So then over here we have something like this. It's a little bit distorted there. Nice, nice. Okay. I like the transition that we have in here with this like big synth sound here. I do feel like there needs to be a little bit more here of riser. Maybe let's delete this bit over here. What is this thing? This is the issue that you get when you haven't worked on a track for such a long time. Maybe we need to remove this part over here as well. Synth is a little bit wonky sounding. Like a little bit more of a gritty texture from it, I guess. I like that. It was low pass filtered for some reason. I don't know why. What I am going to do is a little trick here. We can keep the delay actually on as well. So that's going to become part of the glitch. But we'll take this thing and just turn it on whenever the note is not playing. So this is like a minus infinity utility. I use this all the time whenever I need to suddenly cut out a sound. And I don't want to like freeze it or render it to audio to manipulate it that way. This is a very easy way to make sure that the sounds only play in this specific part of the track where I want it to be. Structure-wise, the thing that we have here doesn't really make a lot of sense yet. Like, it doesn't repeat in a satisfying way. And in the tutorial, I just used like random notes here, so that was kind of the goal, I guess. But now, listening to it, it might just be better to do it like this. Do I have any other things here? Yes, I do. So I cannot just duplicate this over. Not duplicate it over with the automation. I have to do it like this and then duplicate over the automation separately for this to work. Might be cool is to have another stage of filtering after it. With the auto filter here with just like a bandpass. Maybe we also want to transgate it the whole time. Because there's a few transgates in here from the glitch, but having it all time may be better. Just having it like in there with a little bit of mix would be nice. So now we have this. Let's have a listen to that. In here, I want to try turning off these last few notes so that we get something that works a little bit more with the crash, because it has a little bit of extra impact this way. Of course, in here we need some kick stuff as well. I'd like to have maybe like a long drum fill maybe on top of this. So let's give that a try. Just checking if there's no issues with the connection here. I think last stream we went very well for the majority of it. And then we had some connection issues like 3 hours in for some strange reason. There should be a cool way of doing fills with this. Let's see here. Okay, so that's... Okay, so here we are at the lowest note of this plugin. Okay, now I have an octave. I can go up one more. And then I believe one more. And this should play everything together, which is very loud. But then we can make our fills by doing an arpeggio in front of it. And it's already set to random order for me automatically. That's my default. And 16 notes. So that's wonky. What we can do is maybe 8 notes. And like the occasional 16 note in there. The way we should do this is recording it in so that we can make it deterministic afterwards. So essentially we just have a recording, and if we like what we're generating here, we can use that, or maybe edit it a little bit or something like that. Not really a fan of that one, so we just record again. I didn't know it would record on top of each other. That might actually be cool. There's some really long splashes on here. I would love it if it would gate. These are okay. This one is here. You can turn on this to hear the notes that you're playing. There's I like that. That has a nice groove to it. Hi Projector and hi chat. Welcome Chebable. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. For those that don't know, by the way, there's a pinned message up top where you can see a track that I released today. That's why I'm live streaming, so that I can promote that. And in general, I just want to have fun and chill a little bit. But I also want to, of course, have my music be promoted and stuff like that. So that's why I'm here. Let's process this a little bit. It still has some just here it has a crash. I like that. And then we'll add maybe like a layer towards the end here to increase the energy even more. Overall, what I would like to do is distort it a little bit, as I said. So we're going to use Trash 2. Have you guys heard, by the way, that the new version of this plugin came out recently by iZotope, and that it's absolutely shit? As in, it's like a downgrade, because there's no, for example, like customization of this curve over here, which is what Trash was known for. Like, that was very nice that you were able to just build in the wave shaper that you wanted. But now Trash 3 came out, and it's like an actual downgrade. It doesn't have, I believe, a full EQ. It just has a low pass filter. There's like another full EQ over here. The convolution isn't as big. It doesn't include any dynamics or I believe even delay, stuff like that. Like there's just a lot of features that are in this plugin that are not in the plugin that is supposed to replace this plugin. There's a lot of backlash going on right now. I did comment under one of the videos that it looked like they took Trash 2 and turned it into a mobile app, and I kind of stand by that because it is looking really bad the way that it initially looked. But I hope that they maybe fix it or something like that. Like this plugin is just fantastic. I don't use it enough because it is really aggressive. Like there's no easy way to just distort it a little bit. It tends to just distort it completely, especially with all of the presets that are in here. It's a trend in plugins just now. It's a real shame they discontinued too. Yeah, I'm super happy with my version. I got this version, when they merged with Native Instruments, they actually gave it away for free. So I picked it up because it's just amazing, and I never really had the opportunity to play with it. But now that I have it, I even still don't use it enough, actually. But it's great. It's very nice. There's some things in here that I never use. There's actually some soft clipping, I guess, in here. Cool. And you get to zoom into the whole thing for like easy editing and stuff, I guess. Ooh, this looks interesting. Sorry. That's some zero square distortion. Let's not use that. Can I have this point? Can you hold a key to have it like exactly where it is? This is what I mean by it's very easy to destroy your sound. You can hear it's still not exactly where you would want it to be. Presets default. I want to just reset it so that I can just make another point here and start playing with it. I own Trash 2. It got it very cheap. If you have Ableton Raw is a beast. I don't have Ableton 12 yet. I'm not yet convinced that it's the upgrade that I want it to be. I've complained for a long time about several features that I would like to see added to Ableton, and to be honest, I'm really happy with what FL Studio 11 is allowing me to do. There's probably some cool stuff in 12, but for now it doesn't yet feel like it's worth the upgrade. Maybe once 13 comes out, I'll like upgrade every other version, maybe something like that. But for now, I don't yet see the appeal of Ableton 12. But also that may change in the future, and I might start using that as well. I own Trash 2 too. It's very cheap. Yeah, and it's very nice. It's very useful. But it's very useful, but it's very easy to overdo the distortion. Like probably now even. That's strong. I'd like a little bit of amp emulation on this, maybe. I like that. We'll mix that in. We can automate that over time so it becomes wider. Here we have 3 toms. I would like to turn those into kick drums, I guess. Yeah, we get a nice fat kick out of that. Nice, like fat distorted kick there. I like that. I just think it maybe becomes a little bit too wide now here. I like that. Your new track is fire. I just listened. I really like it. Thank you. Eternal Garden is a really great track. I like the vibe and the video too. Really trippy. Thanks. The video is very interesting the way that we did it. It's like AI visuals, right? We're still using AI art for the visuals and all of that stuff for the label. We are continuously working on creating new, better visuals and stuff like that as well. But we still have to rely on AI. That being said, though, it's not the kind of AI visual where you just type in a prompt and it makes the visual for you. At least not in this particular project. What we did is, or what I did in this case, and this is the same kind of technique that we used for Brain Stimulants Volume 1. We generated a whole bunch of similar images in Midjourney, or like one of those image generators. I, in this case, used Midjourney, but you can use whatever. And then there's programs that allow you to treat each image as a frame of a video file and then interpolate between all of those frames. And by slowly doing that more and more and more, you get this kind of morphing between the different images. And then there's a whole process of making sure that it's synced up with the beat and everything like that. I'm not going to go too much into how it's exactly done, because of course that's kind of like a secret a little bit. We want to keep this kind of style around as well. But it gives very, very interesting results and very wavy results, as you can see. There's like extra waviness that I added to it in post to just kind of mask some of the imperfections in it. You can still see that sometimes it kind of tears up a part of the image a little bit. But overall it sounds, or it looks really, really cool the way that the visuals come out this way. The find similar neural stuff is great too. New MIDI stuff a bit underwhelming if you're already at max for, if you're already a Max for Life junkie. Yeah, I understand. To me, I see it like this way. I never had any issues finding the files that I need, because I just have all of the drum files that I need over here. And for other samples that I might need, I have this other folder over here. So it's really easy for me to just quickly find the files that I need. I don't need any tools helping me find the files. So that's not really an upgrade for me at this point. The second thing is I never find myself needing more expression through MIDI. The only thing that you might want to do in MIDI is, you know, those risers that slowly go faster. I'll make one quickly so that you have an idea of what I'm talking about. This is not going to be in the project probably. But the risers that you have maybe like a pluck or whatever kind of sound, and it just goes ding, 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 and then it speeds up like that. There's an easy way to do that now inside of Ableton 12, but an even easier way to do it is just with the arpeggio. You just take an arpeggio like this and you turn it off sync mode, and then you just play a note like this, right? Play one long note here. This is, again, just for the example. Maybe like 2 octaves up here for the rising effect. Something like that. I don't really need MIDI modifiers to do anything like that. And for the rest, from what I've seen, it's all based around melodic stuff and a lot of melodies and a lot of that kind of stuff. So I don't really use it. I wouldn't really find myself using it. The only cool thing that I would definitely get out of the update is being able to have effects and then piano roll in here. And that's only really nice because then it's for the YouTube video, it's really nice to have both of them on the same screen, and I don't have to switch around as much. It usually makes it a little bit easier with the editing, because one concern that you have in videos a lot is, say that I have a take where I explain something and throughout the take I mess up, but I have moved around in the interface, right? So say that I'm explaining, okay, so this is going to be a tutorial about the kick drum. We're going to look at the EQing of the kick drum, and then we're going to go in here and we're going to mess around with here as well, and this and this and this. What happens is, as I'm explaining stuff, I'm moving around in the screen and I'm changing different settings. Like you could see, I just move this window down a little bit. If I now have to do another take, this window isn't going to be in the exact same position. So it's going to look odd on the video. Now what I would be able to do is, instead of moving stuff around, I can have it on top of each other and therefore always in the same spot. So for that reason, it would be very nice to have that. But that's the only reason why I could see myself upgrading, at least from all of the features that I've seen now. Like I was hoping that they would just address the plugin delay compensation. The community has been asking about it for a long time now. And it has clearly shown that since Live 11, Ableton is losing, or since Live 11 came out, essentially Ableton has slowly been losing a few customers to Bitwig, partially because of the delay compensation and because of the way that they are implementing plugin sandboxing as well. There's some other things like bounce in place is another big one. Multi-editing of clips, allowing you to edit multiple clips at the same time. Even hybrid tracks is something that people kind of want. All of those features, eventually people are going to just move to Bitwig because they cannot stand it anymore. For me, I'm still happy with Ableton, but hopefully within the future updates, they'll start to address some of those concerns and actually kind of under the hood make the software better. Because it sometimes just feels like an Ableton update is like one instrument, one effect, and a bunch of UI updates, and that's it. And it doesn't really change the core of the software. It might be the case that the code base is just so messy that changing any core feature like plugin delay compensation, plugin sandboxing, all of that stuff just requires a complete new rewrite. But I don't know. Obviously I don't have access to the source code, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to read it. But it feels like it's sometimes a little bit meh of an update. At least Live 12 feels that way. And I made a video about this. I stated my opinion in the video as well. They will probably bring some more new stuff in the updates. Maybe look at it again around Black Friday. I never have an issue with delay compensation, and bounce in place is already in 12. Bounce in place is not in Live 12. Because there's a massive debate about bounce in place. What bounce in place is that you have a MIDI clip over here and you right click, bounce in place, and then it just makes an audio track with the audio render right here of this particular MIDI clip. What we have is freeze and flatten, which is different because it takes the whole track and it renders out the whole track. And in regards to the delay compensation, if you're using linear phase and stuff like that, you are going to have issues with it because it's just abnormal behavior, the way that plugins like LFO Tool work with inside of Ableton. They made freeze and flatten into one button. Yeah, but that's not what you want. You want to reduce the time that it takes to render. Because if I'm working on a track that is 7-8 minutes long, I don't want it to render the whole track. I just want it to render this little thing over here. I don't want it to have to process the whole track, because that's what it's doing when it's freezing, right? It doesn't just take the MIDI clip, it takes the whole track and then renders it from start up until, I believe, the last MIDI clip or the last part where there's sound for it. There are some exceptions to it with some plugin, like some delay plugins. They don't seem to render out delay tails and stuff like that. Or if you're doing some very extraordinary sound design stuff, then you also can have that issue. But bounce in place is definitely something different than freeze and flatten. There's a reason why people are still wanting bounce in place as opposed to just being able to freeze and flatten quickly, because it will just massively speed up your workflow. being able to take a small part of a clip. Say that I wanted to glitch up this bit of the sound over here. I would like to be able to just make a clip out of that and just have this on an audio track, right? Just make an audio track for this particular part of the synth, and it rendering out just this part. I don't think I'll ever learn to use Reaper in Ableton in the way you do. Reaper seems too advanced to learn all the features, and I don't think my brain can handle all the features. The easiest DAWs for me to work in is FL Studio and Ableton. That's very interesting because they're both very different DAWs. The second thing is I also don't know all of the features of Reaper. Don't be scared by the lack of knowledge about certain features. It doesn't matter that you don't know everything about the DAW to be able to work in it. And Reaper is, for just starting to work out, it is a very easy DAW to learn, actually. I would say that Reaper is easier to learn than FL in terms of interface and navigation and that stuff, because it's all in one interface. You just draw in your tracks and you set volumes, and I mean, the stuff that I do within Reaper isn't production, right? I do mixing, so I just import audio files and then play the audio files, and that's it. And in that case, you don't need to do a lot of things to actually start using the DAW. Hello Shadow Rage, welcome, welcome. I think I don't want the crash here. Okay. I'll remove that. I'll remove the particles from here as well. Just trying to make a little bit of extra space here for the drum fill. We have some nice atmospheres in here. Let's see if we can make another one that just kind of rises up and down throughout the whole thing. I recently did a video on them in which I used a very cool technique where you use the random amplitudes one here with a pitch bend, I believe. So probably like 24 over here. Why is it like that? Why is it not smooth? There's some cool sound design techniques in here, but I would like it to be a smooth pitch bend. Probably go one octave up here. and then we can slowly change the random amplitudes over time as well. We'll do like this. We'll compress that, and we'll add a little bit of delay and reverb. Probably need to make one more to make it a little bit more interesting. I think I can hear a bit of aliasing. Where? In the sound that we're just making, or somewhere else? I expected you to actually record you playing a DJ set, not just the audio mix, waving your hands in the air and screaming, yeah, come on. I think you didn't watch the video I did on the DJ set, because I actually did do that, but I'm not releasing that. At least not now yet, because the place where I'm recording, it doesn't look good. Like, I don't have a nice set for that, right? Even here with the camera, I have the piano that looks cool, I have the plant that looks cool, I have the couch that looks nice. It looks like a cozy setup that I have here. If I'm DJing, it just looks like I'm standing in like a cold apartment, which really I am. So that's the reason why the DJ set didn't get released as actual visuals of me DJing. But hopefully someday I can build like a little area where I can actually have a camera set up and make it look nice when I'm DJing, and then I will do that. Have you ever used a chiptune sound in your works? Yes. Yes, I have. In fact, if you want, we can make one now. It's very easy. You just go in here and you get yourself your serum. Chiptune, all of this is you just get the square wave, right? So you get one of these basic shapes and you get the nice square wave one. Maybe this is like a pulse thingy here. And then you just set this to the octave. There you go, instant chiptune. Now you can just take one beat of that. Maybe we can duplicate it and get a little bit of a different sound in here. go an octave lower. We'll change the modulation a little bit. Kind of like that. You still haven't made the secret Psytrance tea recipe video, or have you? I did try to film that one. My camera battery died halfway through. I still have like 2 bottles of tea left until I need to make more. So then I'll probably record it. I do want to record it before the 28th. Because the 28th I'm going home for Easter. So then I can edit it while I'm home. And then upload it maybe somewhere in April, somewhere. But that is still on my to-do list. Making the tea video, yes. Maybe let's take this and do like very small bursts here. We'll take the first half and put that maybe like here. I was hoping it would start a little bit higher this way. Maybe live DJ before feedback. I'm not yet comfortable enough to do live DJing, no. It took 11 takes to get the DJ set finished and to get it to play in the way that I wanted it. So it's definitely not yet something that I can do live just on the fly, yet. Also, I take a lot of preparation to make my DJ set, so there's that as well. I do like this sound here. Maybe let's make that a bit longer then. We'll make another atmosphere over here. And we'll go up and down here. Easy way to do that is to get the bandpass in there. And then just go up and down. Like so. Again, we're in F sharp in this track. We are in F sharp in this track, but it's not going to matter for this sound which key you're playing actually. Because what we're going to do now is we're going to take the Frequency shifter, yay! Everybody say yay for the frequency shifter. We'll start here. It's loud, but we'll turn it just down. And then through the pitch bend, we should be able to change the density as well, like this. Maybe here we'll start with this atmosphere again and play that through. Again, this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now, I believe. Doesn't really matter though. I like that. Have you played any 8-bit consoles as a kid/teen? Any favorite games? Well, I'm 26, so for me the consoles that were out when I was like getting into gaming were the Nintendo DS, and that's the main, I guess, console. It's like a handheld thing, so it's not really a console, but that's the main thing that I got. I also had a PlayStation, which I never really used it. The reason for it is because we couldn't get our Wi-Fi to connect in a way that it would allow for online play. So the only way that I could play was completely by myself. And as somebody having friends, I'd much rather play with my friends. I also at the time did have a relatively good PC. Like nowadays it would be shit, but back in the day it was actually a very nice PC. I had a Acer pre-built thing that my parents just bought for me. But it was good enough to play most games that we wanted to play. The main game that I played growing up, like any kid of my age, would be Minecraft. And yeah, I probably have like over 10,000 hours in that game, to be honest, just from the sheer amount of time that I would spend when I was I guess up until like 15 years old. I played that religiously. I played that a lot. So that would be my main game. And yeah, we just had a server with a couple of friends that we would play on. Or we would hang out at one of each other's houses and have like a sleepover, but not really sleep, just spend the whole evening playing games, stuff like that. Any favorite game music? Yeah, of course. Then the Minecraft music is my favorite game music because that's the music that I grew up on. Also, I do think that it's just very good music. The stuff that, at least the old stuff that C418 wrote. I'm not too familiar with all of the newer music that's continuously added to the game now by other people. But C418, the first 2 volumes of his Minecraft albums, I guess, are very good, and I still sometimes just put them on for nostalgia purposes. Not that I need a lot of nostalgia, because I'm pretty happy how I'm now. But sometimes it's nice to hear some old music again. I don't play a lot of games anymore. The only thing that I do sometimes is playing Counter-Strike. And then not against other people, but against bots. So I'll do like 1v5 against 5 computers, bots, instead of other people. The reason for that is I found that there's not really much that is enhanced in the gaming experience if you're playing with randoms. And the people that I'm around with now, my friends that I'm around with now, just simply don't play games. So they're just not interested. And I don't feel like playing with random people every match, and that's kind of the only other option if you don't have a pre-made like team of people that are willing to play whenever you're willing to play as well. Also, if I were to ask like people on my Discord server or whatever, that would just be too much organization. And sometimes I just want to chill for a little bit and have some relaxing, like half an hour to play a little bit of a game. Maybe if I have just finished like a big edit or something like that, I'll do it. Usually after a stream, I'll also do it. But yeah, after that, it's I don't really play any other game. No. I like it like that. I do want to quickly check if it's completely dry here. I like that. That sounds really cool. The way that it's just almost completely silent. There is like one element slowly fading out. I do think that that helps, having a little bit of a fade out there. I do wonder what that is. I know what that is. It's this thing, I think. I mean, we could easily fix that, right? If you want it to be completely empty. I kind of wanted to feel like somebody just took the audio file and actually like cut a piece of the audio file out. We have this over here as well. These both have the things on there as well. What's the worst dish you've ever eaten? Whatever I happened to cook today. Or that day. No, just kidding. I don't know. I've eaten a lot of different things. There's not something that is standing out for me. I believe it's now completely empty. Again, we'll quickly check. But that's the vibe that I'm going for. Okay, so let's just boost this by like a lot. And we can see completely silent here. Except obviously for whatever the little click is in here that still needs to finish. But that's okay. The point is that the musical idea just stops here and that it looks like somebody cut out a piece of the music there. I'll get myself a nice filtering rack for this little bit here, because I probably want this to do some cool filtering stuff, I guess. We'll see what it's going to be. Probably like a low pass here. And here as well. We'll put the same thing. I'll probably have to move this low pass back a little bit. If you would be asked to write some tracks for Minecraft, what would they be like? I mean, the vibe that they're currently having is kind of what I would go for. Maybe something a little bit more ambient, as in not relying so much on melodies, but more about like morphing paths or something like that. That could be cool. But to be honest, I think the music that they wrote is pretty much perfect for the game. In the sense that it's not really like offensive in any way. It doesn't get in the way of the gameplay. But it just like is like a background thing, right? It's kind of like the kind of music that you would put up if you're already having a conversation with somebody and you just want to fill out the space a little bit more. It would be the kind of music that you might want to put up in a bar or something like that, so that people can talk with each other and there's not like anything that is getting in the way and getting loud while you're trying to have a conversation. Sometimes you get into a bar and they're playing like really heavy rock music and they're playing it really loud, and I find that super annoying. I get it if you're going to maybe a bar that is specifically for music, but if I'm just going to a normal bar, I want to usually chat with people, right? And the music shouldn't get in the way of that. And I feel like the same is true with the gameplay. In essence, you want to play the game first, and you just want the music to never get in the way of that. If you had some really heavy music playing in Minecraft, it may be really hard to hear some of the sounds that you would need to hear over the music. And overall, it would just be distracting from the gameplay. If it's very energetic, it wouldn't feel right, because Minecraft is a little bit of a slow game. Like there isn't a lot of speed into it. You just sit there and build stuff. Completely blends into the backgrounds, doesn't stand out. Exactly. Yes. And that's the vibe that they went for. They just did it in more of a melodic way, and I might do it more in an atmospheric, like pad kind of way. But to be honest, I would probably have a really hard time coming up with a musical idea that would actually work for that kind of thing. I have done some ambient stuff, so it's not like it's completely out of my comfort zone. But it's definitely not something that I'm normally doing, that I'm like known for doing or anything like that. If they were to hire me, if they wanted to hire somebody, they wouldn't look at my portfolio of music and say like, hey, that's the guy that we need. You know what I mean? Aha. Yeah, that would make it stop playing if there's the utility is still on there here. Ah, that's the group, of course. We'll reverse that one, and then like this, this, and this, and now I can left and right pan it, and then I can mix that in. Is there like a little bass thing happening over here? Yes. Aha. I am going to rewrite this breakdown. I don't like how it's sounding now. So we're just going to keep it up until here. It just keeps going. Okay. What if we use that again in the drop part as well? Would that sound cool? We can probably do some really cool M transformer stuff if we add another one and then make it slightly atonal over time. If we put that over here, edit, and I'll just boom, 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 maybe. Let's get a kick back in here as well. Oop. Nice. I'm just quickly going to freeze this and flatten it. So you know kick and bass so well you can mix them half asleep? I wouldn't say that, no. There is definitely a lot of active listening that I'm doing, which is the reason why I know what I'm doing, right? We'll get our open hat in here as well. Okay, I'm going to add a little fade to this part over here. And we'll remove the bass from this bit here. It is slightly distorting the part that I don't want it to distort here. Maybe it sounds better without the saturation. Can just volume balance it here then. As you can see, we still need to do a lot of melodies and stuff like that for this part of the track here for the bass. I'm just going to try to lay out like a initial structure now of what I have in mind. So we'll probably have not a fill here, but we'll just probably end it towards the end here, and then it goes into break-ish thing. Right? We'll make this longer. I'm probably going to go with a very long idea here. Maybe I'll make it like 10 minutes, this track, maybe even longer. Because I wanted to have a nice long feeling overall. A nice changing and morphing and all different kind of sounds, that kind of thing. In here we are starting a little earlier than usual. So this will be like the fade in, which I don't actually have a color for, but we'll make that pink. It's not the color that I normally use in my structures. So here we have 16 bars of intro. This one. We have build up. We have drop and fill. Here as well. You can see there's a lot of little fills and things happening in this track actually. very complex kind of structure. And what you'll find is that we'll still need to do more of that in the latter parts over here, and especially in the darker part, where currently the structure is still very, very conform, which I don't want. So over here. Do you feel like Psytrance is something you might want to dedicate your life to, or it might change? Now, at this point, I am pretty happy with where I am in terms of the music that I'm making and all of that stuff. It's not that I feel like I'm not able to get where I want to be with the music that I'm writing. Of course, things change in the future, and you would never say, like, yes, I'm going to dedicate my life to this for the rest of my life, without knowing what the future holds. But the way that I'm looking at it now, it's still providing me both all of the things that I like in terms of just being able to do what I want to do throughout the day, as well as providing me enough of an income that I can actually continue to do this as well. So yeah, for now, I would continue doing this, but I'm not the kind of person that would say, like, yes, I've dedicated my life to this and I will never look back into anything else or anything like that. That's just not a good way of working, in my opinion. Thinking about the break here, something maybe like this, in terms of break length. I don't want it to be too short here, because we have been going for quite a while in this track already then. And then here we are going to go back to the higher kick and bass. So far, do you enjoy shooting / editing, or is it like a job / chore? It's going to depend from edit to edit. The shoots, I like to do that. I like to just knowing that I'm providing the information. Like everything at the end of the day, I know it's for a good cause and therefore I enjoy it. But it's not necessarily fun in and of itself. Like sitting around for 6-7 hours looking at yourself and deciding where everything should go and stuff like that. That's not fun in and of itself. It's only fun because I know that the end product is A, going to benefit me, and B, that I enjoy making the end product, right? I enjoy all of the benefits that I get essentially from uploading a YouTube video. The process itself isn't necessarily too fun, I would say, if you just look at the individual tasks that you have to do. But I guess the same is kind of true for making music. Like it's not like I like the production, okay? I like making stuff. I like making the music, and the same is true with the videos. I like recording it, and I like everything in that regard. But even say the mixing stage of a track, it's not necessarily that I really enjoy doing it. I just enjoy doing it because I know that it will improve the end product that I'm creating. So, and the same is true with editing. As I said, sitting around for 6-7 hours, which is realistically how long it takes to edit a video of mine, it's not really enjoyable to just sit around there, look at yourself, see all of the mistakes that you make, all of the takes where you maybe said a wrong sentence, or you didn't finish the sentence, or even the tone in which you said a certain sentence didn't really come out the way that you wanted to. And the moments where you really hate yourself is where you then didn't re-record a different sentence. So in that regard, those moments aren't really fun necessarily, but they are part of a very fun process, which is the whole process of being a YouTuber, right? Or yeah, making videos, I guess. I'm not entirely sure if I'm more YouTuber or an artist or whatever. I don't identify as either one, I would say. I'm just a guy trying to do what he likes to do. I also don't like the term YouTuber because it implies one of those, hey guys, welcome, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I'm absolutely not that kind of person, and I would wish I would never have to do that. I do like, I wouldn't say, like being that kind of person where you're overhyped and stuff like that. I do put on a little bit of a personality when I'm filming, and you may notice that in the way that I'm speaking between normal stream content or not normal stream, or between my stream and my videos. You'll see that in my videos I'm a little bit more energetic, right? And that's just part of learning how to speak to a camera, and secondly, being able to do multiple takes of something. If I'm sitting here, it would be really weird if I said the same sentence 5 times over to pick the best one. I cannot do that. But the main thing that I'm doing when it's recording a video is that I'm just saying a sentence over and over again until I get it the exact way that I want it to be. I also don't like the term content maker. Content creator, I would say, is probably the best thing, because YouTuber, it has those negative connotations, and content creator, it's super broad, right? It can be anybody from a Twitch streamer to a TikToker to a YouTuber, anything in between. It's generally more accepted calling yourself content creator, even though content creator at some point is also going to have that same negative connotation as those annoying people that get many views become more and more prevalent in like the mainstream, which I guess over the last few years has already happened. The word content creator, you often see the most crazy ones of the content creators. Would it be more fun if someone else... would it be more fun editing someone else's video, even for money? Maybe. I have done that. I have done editing work in the past, and it's good money, so that's why it's a good thing to do. It's still not fun, because it's still the process of going through 6 different takes of somebody saying something, and then picking out the best one of those. What is your inspiration for the Stories of the Mind album? Do you consider it a concept album? I don't think it's a concept album. I wrote Stories of the Mind in a time where I had a break from YouTube and I was doing a lot of self-reflection. And each individual song it's like a part of self-reflection on something that was happening at the time in my life. I have very personal stories with every track, and the goal of the album was to put those in the track without giving away what those were, and allowing the listener to interpret for themselves what each song meant. So I don't want to put on the meaning of the song and kind of force that meaning upon you. The listener gets to interpret what that meaning is for each one of the tracks, and I think that that's a more fun way of listening to music than for me to tell you exactly what I want you to take away from the album. Hey Projector, I have a problem with the DBlue glitch plugin. Could you just pull up the link? I know that I actually got the right one. I'll figure it out from there. What you're probably having a problem with is not so much the plugin itself, but the fact that it's 32-bit, and most DAWs don't use 32-bit plugins anymore. They don't read them anymore, so you cannot open them. DBlue glitch. The one that you want is this glitch one over here, probably. This is the plugin, and if this download works, then get this one. There might be another one from Illformed here as well, but it does seem that they... oh no, here it is. Yeah, my older Windows only plugins are still freely available through the following pack, which contains Glitch 1.3, Crusher, Stretch, and Tape Stop. This is what you want. You want to download these ones, and then what you need is some way to open up the 32-bit version into a 64-bit plugin. For that, I recommend JBridge. unless you should probably check out if your DAW still opens 32-bit plugins. If not, you should bridge your plugins with this program over here. Takes a little bit of time to do that. It's a little bit wonky. You need to run an executable on a specific folder, and then it will go through that folder and bridge all of your plugins. Don't bridge any 64-bit plugins that are already 64-bit, because it does become a little bit more unstable when you do that. But for Glitch, it should work fine. I like that approach. I think you did it really effectively. I feel like the tracks really kind of spark you to think about your own life. Very semantic, cool stuff. Yeah, that was the goal. In the sense that it's written around my experiences, but anybody else could fill in their own experiences and it would still make sense for them. And I think the cool thing about it is the fact, maybe even now that I said this on stream, the fact that I said that for me, each and every track is very personal, or at least I have a very personal meaning behind each and every one of the tracks. You guys knowing that I have that without knowing what that meaning is may make the album a little bit more mysterious. And I kind of want to keep it that way. I don't want to at any point shatter that illusion. So I don't think at any point I'm going to reveal what the actual meaning behind the album was. 32-bit was a problem. I'll figure it out. I'm a coder. I mean, yeah, but coding your own plugin bridge from 32-bit to 64-bit is quite a thing there. To be honest, I would just get JBridge. It's like $15 and it works. If you are a coder, then you would be able to use it. I believe you just open the executable. It allows you to pick the two folders, the one that you want to bridge and the one that you want to bridge to. And then even after that, you can still move the files from the folder that you bridge them in. You do need to make sure that your JBridge, folder is like installed properly and all of that stuff. I'm not going to code that shit. No. That's that would take too much. Just get JBridge and get them to do it. It's the programming way, right? Somebody on Google already did it for me, so why would I bother doing it again? To be honest, I'll figure out this track structure later. I'm just going to give it a lot of time here. I might do another little gap in the middle, probably. Because as I said, I do want this to be long. A nice long track. Maybe that means that the break could also be a little bit longer. Would also mean we can make a little bit of a longer intro. I messed something up. I didn't disable the automations. So I would like to have this here then, I think. So this is going to be like our main intro thingy, and then we'll have like some atmospheric stuff in here as well. It will just slowly kind of go in here and then this is the point where it becomes like melodic, I guess. How long have I been streaming? 1.5 hours. Well, I have to go. Hope you all have a great day. Thank you for stopping by. How well do I know the Ableton shortcuts by now? I mean, fairly well. I'm happy with the speed that I work with. I probably don't know all of them, but I probably don't also need to know all of them. So I think overall it's okay the way that I'm using Ableton. I'm happy with the way that I'm using shortcuts and stuff like that. So there's not really an issue in that regard. Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back. What I'll do for now is I'll put on some music. Let's see. What is an interesting track that I can play that... to be honest, I don't really have a lot. I mean, I can put on the standard ones, but you've all already heard it. What's this? I mean, this is long enough. I don't even remember what this is. Is this like the progressive one that I did for a video? Ah, yes. I did make this for a video. Here's just some break music for the video that I did for a video, and I have no plans on releasing this. This is on my alternative SoundCloud, on my experimenter page. Anyway, I'll take a quick break. I'll have to go pee, and then I'll be back, and we'll continue producing a little bit, and just chatting and stuff like that.
This idea that I want to put forth, which is basically an extinction of orthodox evolutionary theory as it applies to the question of human origins, and then, having once established that part of the theory, going forward to try and see what kind of implications this re-envisioning of evolutionary mechanisms might have on contemporary life and the way in which we relate to ourselves and each other.
timing was a little bit off today. In my defense, it is a little bit of a shorter track than I usually write, so yeah. Why is most Psytrance tracks sample documentaries about life, evolution, humanity, and spirituality? It's because it's part of the culture. The Psytrance culture is very spiritual, like in general, so that is reflected in the music. We are a whole bunch of spiritual people who write these kind of songs, and because of that, we like to use that in our music. We like to use those ideas in our tracks. Why is my Ableton not showing? What is happening? I messed up. I was unmuted. I was muted. I just explained everything, but I messed up there. Sorry. Why do most Psytrance tracks sample documentaries about life, evolution, humanity, and spirituality? It's because we're all a bunch of spiritual people, and that is reflected in both the culture and in the music that we write. We're all just a bunch of animals, right? I mean, not really, we're humans, but the way that we like to think is reflected in the way that you like to write music. And that's just the way that, I guess, the music is written, and that's just from the way that the culture started. It started in India. I was not muted. How was I not muted? If I do this, then why is okay? I'm currently trying to mute myself. It used to be the case that would mute my microphone. But now I have 2 takes for editing. Yes. And both of them suck. This is probably not going to end up in the conversations, this thing. A lot of the questions that you've been asking, the answers are so short that I think that they might not be good for the conversations with Projector, because it's not really a conversation then. It's just me answering a question. And I do think the video would benefit from there being something of an interaction for a start. And the second thing is, if every segment of that video is just like 30 seconds long, it's going to be all over the place. I like the fact that now every topic takes me at least like a minute to explain. Continue about India. Yes. I will. I might cut around that if I get to editing here. I'll have to figure that out. I check that obviously in the edit when it works and when it doesn't. And yeah, I'll see. So Psytrance started in India in the 70s on the beaches of Goa, when people went there and took with them electronic music, and they started to party there. The electronic music kind of met the spirituality that was there in India, that just comes from Hindu religion and stuff like that. All of those influences kind of combined, and then it's from there kind of exported throughout the rest of the world. And the people that are drawn to spiritual music tend to be spiritual people. So it's just a cycle that stacks on top of each other. In the 70s, it was more of a disco, wasn't it? It's Goa, so that's the actual name of the genre. It's different from disco, I guess, but it does have a lot of those influences, right? In that it's dance music, and the kick drum is playing every beat, and that allows you to dance to it. So those were the influences. To be honest, I find this a really hard question to answer, because I'm not super familiar with the history of Psytrance, as I only joined I wouldn't say the culture or something like that, because to be honest, I don't really consider myself a super spiritual person. But I only discovered Psytrance in like 2018, 2019, so I'm not really familiar with its deep history and anything that happened before then. They took LSD and mushrooms and smoked a lot of Mary Jane. Yes, obviously that also tends to happen a lot in the spiritual community as well. Taking psychedelics, it is called psytrance for a reason, and weed also helps with that. So all of those influences kind of stack up on top of each other, and like psychedelic rock or something like that. There's also influences from that. There's obviously, when it comes to writing music, you take a lot of influences from a lot of different places, and within the pool of musicians making psytrance, anything from psychedelic rock to, I mean, even much further beyond that, realistically, there's going to be people pulling influences from different things, but the main influence that started it all was the spirituality that was happening already in Goa when the people that eventually made psytrance kind of got to that place. So it just is a combination of all of the different things that those people were in contact with, and that just grew and continues to grow up until this day. And even now, it's continuing to evolve, and there's new developments, there's new ideas being made, there's new ways of creating psytrance. Some people don't always like all of the new ideas coming out, but to be honest, I'm a fan of everything that I hear in psytrance. I just think that it's music to dance to, and all of the different subgenres of psytrance allow you to do that. So that's what matters for me. And yeah, I'm happy with the way that the sounds are sounding and the way that the tracks are being written and stuff like that. But yeah, to answer your question, why is there a lot of spirituality? It's because the people that initially started it had a lot of influences from spirituality because of where they started the genre, and that just continues to evolve into even more spiritual stuff. That never really goes away because it's kind of ingrained into the culture from the very beginning. I think I want to write the intro now first. So we'll take some of these atmospheres to just begin with. What would be cool for an intro element? Maybe starting off with a one-shot. It's gonna be hard writing an intro for this because I'm not the greatest at it, if I'm gonna be honest. The intros are usually the part that I tend to struggle with a lot, and I need to do a lot of revisions until I get that right. I'd like to start with like an attention-grabbing sound, so maybe like a big impact. Let's just shuffle here and see if we can find something cool. I like that. That's the cool thing about Omnisphere. The first patch that you get usually already works. And if it doesn't, you just get to the next thing. And then that one will work. I would like this to be longer. So let's freeze it and flatten it, and then... Does this mean that my kick and bass is going to... Nice, it doesn't. Sometimes I have a project where it does happen to be the case that the way that I'm freezing and flattening stuff messes up the kick and bass. Okay. We're getting there. I find it very difficult writing intros. Any tips? Yes, you want to just start off with the most interesting bit of the intro. I wanted to, as I said before, I wanted to start off with the atmospheres initially. When I first thought like, okay, I should write the intro. But it's pretty hard writing around the atmospheres if that's the only thing that you have. Now we have this cool starting sound here. Right, something like that, and I can start to write my next element around that. So now we could take, for example, this atmosphere over here and just place that in there. And we can start to write something cool around that. Maybe we'll have this continue out throughout the whole thing. So this goes up until here. And then we'll have this maybe come in a little bit. Like this. The important part now is how does it come out of the initial element and how does it go into the next bit here, right? And then once we have that established, we can put all of the stuff in between there. I like that. So now that we have this, the next thing that you do is you just fill in the stuff in between. We have something cool going into this over here. We have something cool at the start of the track, and then it's just filling up the rest with cool stuff as well. There's not really much special stuff to it, in the sense that it's not different from writing the rest of the track, right? In the sense that you just find cool sounds and work them into the specific part. The way that we've done it now is that we already have the rest of the track and that I have to write the intro for the rest of the track. Usually I don't really do that. I tend to write the intro pretty early on in my productions. But many people say that this way of working, where you already have the main idea of your track, is a little bit better for them, because they can tweak the sounds of the intro to what the rest of the track is sounding like. In my case, I would just work the other way around, in that I write the rest of the track around what the intro sounds like. But in this case, I decided at the end, or like in this part of the production, to essentially, how would you say, move the intro backward, or move the rest of the track backwards, so I need more space to actually fill it up and to actually have the intro in here. So that's what we're doing now. And I think what I want to do is slowly bring in these chords already. I want to do that without any of the automations interfering. Yeah, because these are now very high here for some reason. Why is this not making any sound, even though there's an output here? Why does it just turn on there? Ah, for some reason this is here. Okay. We have some glitchy stuff happening in here as well because of this. I kind of like that actually. Normally I don't write with anything on this main group here, so I have to get used to that idea as well. Yeah, but now we have a transition into it. I'm gonna take this and probably put it over here as a cool sound. We'll have it go like this maybe. And just kind of have it like fade in over time and then out again. Some really cool stuff happening here. Ah, this is stuff from the birds thing from that Upsize pack, which does this really cool granular texture inside of Ableton or inside of Serum. So I'm not the only one who, with the mentality, grabbed the first batch sample available. I just grabbed the stuff that I find interesting, and it happened to be the case that the first sound that we found is very interesting, so we can use that for this part of the track. Otherwise I wouldn't. If it wasn't the sound that sparked inspiration, I wouldn't have used it, of course. But now that I've found it, I would, yeah. We have a Reese bass in here, by the way. We can use that in here, maybe. Just have that go up and then down again. Like so. Might be cool to take the top half and I'm not sure if I want to do this part like this though. Now with the drums, it makes very little sense from an intro perspective, the way that we have it now. Someone said that it's best to make the first 2 seconds stand out so it's instantly memorable from the start. To be honest, it doesn't really matter that much because most of your tracks are going to be played in a set from this point over here up until like the outro. So this is where the DJ will mix it in, and this is where the DJ, whenever there's the actual track, wherever the outro ends up being, that's where he will mix it out, most likely. So maybe from a streaming perspective, that would make sense if you want your track to do well on streaming, but the more important part is actually just making your whole track memorable. So wherever the DJ plays it, people can memorize that part of the track. For the intro, of course, if you do want it to perform well on streaming, then then that would be a great way to do it. But it's for Psytrance, it's not really necessary to have it that way. Why do people still release music on vinyl? Nostalgia, and because it sounds cool. Would I? I don't think so. No, I don't have any reason to do that. No, I'm fine releasing the music the way that I have. Speaking about releasing music, for anybody in here in the chat that doesn't know, I did today release a new song. Of course, you can see the pinned message here in the stream chat, and you can go check it out. I would appreciate it that if you check it out, that you listen to it the whole way through. That's better for the YouTube algorithm, and we can really use any type of boost with that. So go rack up some watch time on that video, and that would make us happy. Don't just loop it over and over again for an hour, because that's going to get flagged by the algorithm. The algorithm will know if you're trying to manipulate it, but just open the track, listen to it the whole way through, enjoy it, maybe leave a comment and a like and stuff like that, and then move on to watching something else. That's the best way to help a video in the algorithm. It is still not interesting enough, our intro, so we would need to do some more stuff. What I would like is maybe some more digital sounds in here. That is maybe something that we can build up to eventually replace what we have going on in here right now. Maybe even this part. Maybe what I would do over here is turn this off.
The highest technology. The highest technology.
We already have these kind of things here. This is cool. Why do we have no sound here? Is there like an automation that I'm missing? No. Ah, it's because this is in the group. This is why I hate doing stuff on the group, right? Because now I cannot use anything else in the group to do this. How would I fix this? Because this stuff is for a lot of things. This glitch stuff. I kind of need to keep it there. But I want this to filter in after the glitch kind of thing. I'll see what happens if we just put this on the glitch itself. I might end up just completely removing this sound altogether, because to be honest, I'm not really a fan, as I said, of the structure of the intro, and the structure of the intro is very dependent on the sound. Let's see what happens if we turn this off as well, and then the drums stuff too. Let's just get rid of that. We have another bass thingy in here. What I would probably end up doing is extending this to here. Maybe let's add some reverb to the higher frequencies of this glitch stuff.
highest technology.
Okay, I like that. I do think we want a lot more stuff in here. Obviously, this part is very empty now, but also here. So I'm going to try to see if we can use some of the glitch parts out of Omnisphere. Do you think that there would be no more mainstream artists like in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s because there's no more dominant mediums like TV, radio, magazines, and CD shops? There's always going to be a most popular thing. So whatever the most popular thing is, by definition, is going to be the mainstream. Right? So there will always be a mainstream because there's always the most popular thing, and that is the mainstream. People would live in their own personal musical bubble. I mean, they really didn't. Right? Because in the 80s and the 90s, all that you had was a record label who was able to provide you the money to actually record something. And that is what people would listen to. It is true that music has diversified a lot, but there's still a very strong core, a very, very strong mainstream like lake. And it doesn't seem that more and more people tend to shy away from that lake. It's just that there's more money in music now than there ever was. So the mainstream also has more capabilities of marketing to people. And I think also in general more people are just listening to music, and there's people who listen to both underground stuff and mainstream stuff. So I think that will always exist in that way. Personally, it's a really hard question to answer this one, but I don't think that there is such a thing as the mainstream ever disappearing, because there's always going to be a most popular thing. This is cool. It's another one of those cases where Omnisphere just really gets what I want and just delivers. And this is the cool thing about Omnisphere. You just press a button and find the same exact sound again, I guess. Ooh. See, this is the kind of cool stuff that I would never be able to sound design, actually. I'll probably make it this long then, and then just place it over here, and then slowly drench it in delay. And then to make it more interesting, we'll do M Transformer again. I'm really starting to like in this track using a lot of M Transformer just to do crazy stuff to delays and such. I'm kind of trying to keep the spectrum a little bit in the same region with it, but I am really messing it up in a way. It is probably useful to have this sit down as well here. I like this. What we can do is add a transgate here. Maybe have that come in over here. I love this. Can you see how it allows me to put it to 0 here? If you drag it down too far, it goes back up to where it originally was. Might be cool to actually have this as part of the start of the track. Let's freeze this then and flatten it. Most people use music as a background noise to distract their brain from shitty life, work, and real world. A bit generalized, I know, but it's true for most regular people. To be honest, I don't think that that's the case. I do think that most people actively listen to the music that they enjoy, and it's not just something that they use for like passive stuff. But maybe it's, yeah, maybe you're right. But to be honest, it's not something that I would say, from my personal experience, is like what I've seen. Most people that I know who listen to music do actually pay attention to the music that they listen to, and they do enjoy the music that they listen to. They like listening to music, and that it's something that they're actively doing, right? It's not something that's just on the background, that's just passive. To me, that seems like a very pessimistic way of looking at how people consume media. We'll have it maybe like this then.
highest technology.
Because, so this, somebody asked what is the problem with delay compensation in Ableton? This is the problem. Do you see how it's not delay compensated now? I cannot show it without selecting this thing. It's one of the issues with my Ableton skin, I guess, having a hard time actually putting it where it needs to be. Okay, I like that. We'll add more stuff on top of it. Maybe now a traditional pitch shifter with... Maybe I'll delete it over here. And that means that we're gonna have it like this. Sorry. I'll consolidate this first because it's actually having an impact on the way that the volume rises here. Most people don't pay attention to composition, rhythm, lyrics. They don't remember the specifics. I do think that they do. I do think that most people, like, it's not that they can sing the lyrics or something like that, but I don't think that the majority of people listens to music without actually paying attention to the music. I think that that's a bit of a strange way of looking at things. But to be honest, I don't know. I don't really have any like specific study that I can cite or something like that that would prove or disprove that that's the case.
The highest technology.
I like where that's going. I'll add a little bit of glitch to it. Have you ever wanted to try the 90s studio with sampler and synths and a MIDI only sequencer? No. No, I think that the technologies that we have right now allows me to make the music that I want to make, and I don't see a reason why I wouldn't want to have, or why I wouldn't want to continue just working like this. I know, Shadow Rage, I know that your questions are meant to be just random questions over and over again, but it's, to be honest, it's really hard having a conversation like this with somebody if the questions are just completely random. Like what, to be honest, what doesn't even matter, like what my monitor resolution is. I'll tell you, it's full HD, so it's 1080p, those dimensions, so it's 1920 by 1080, but what are you going to do with that information? Maybe it's also a little bit on my side in that whenever you ask a question, I don't ask a question back. Maybe I should do that more, but I feel like you're just here to ask the most random questions, which to a certain extent I like. Don't get me wrong, I don't want you to completely stop doing it. And I think I've said this before, in that I like that there's different personalities in my stream, that there's different people in my stream, but sometimes it just gets a little bit too much. I also think that maybe other people don't feel like chatting so much, because there's this one guy that just continues to ask random questions. To be honest, I don't know. If other people don't find this annoying, then maybe it's just me, but at some point it just feels like it's a little bit too much, you know what I mean? Because I've been answering your questions for like 2 hours now, since the start of the stream, almost. Like, when did you join? Like, almost the beginning. Like, the stream title, it says chatting stream, not interrogation stream. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. I know it's an innocent question, but you have been asking me, like, look at this chat. Look at the chat that I'm looking at, right? This is just you. I'm just having... This is just an interrogation by you. I'm not having any conversations with people anymore, because it's just you asking random questions. I mean, you have to see that, right? Yeah, let the stream flow. Let it happen. I think some people may want to talk about the music production, the things that I'm actually doing on stream as well, but they're also a little bit hampered in the sense that there's always this other guy asking questions in the chat, and maybe they feel like maybe I would spend more time answering those questions instead of engaging with them, which would not be true. I would like to always answer everybody's questions. And again, I don't want you to necessarily completely stop with this kind of behavior. I don't want you to leave either. I think that it's very nice that you're in here asking some questions, but all of this, at some point, it just gets a little bit too much, having all of the random questions from one guy, which don't really have anything to do with the stream, I guess. I think that would be my main objection, that the things that you're asking almost never have to do with what is happening on screen. Well, you can always ignore it. I would understand if I'd ask about the brand of your underwear. It doesn't matter. It's the fact that it's not relevant to what is happening. It's the fact that it's 20, 30 questions. And as a streamer, yes, I do want to answer your questions. There's the natural... If I'm here streaming myself, trying to have conversations with my community, the whole goal is that I answer the questions with the community. I ask mostly musical questions on stream. The only thing that you have asked in regards to the actual stream is some tips on writing an intro. The rest has all been irrelevant to what is happening on the actual stream. And these are by the way, the conversations that I hate most, because now it feels like I'm trying to put you on the spot, which to a certain extent I am, but I don't want the consequence of that being that you never join the stream again or just completely stop asking these questions. Because to a certain extent I do like your kind of interaction as well, where the question isn't necessarily relevant to the stream, just asking my opinion on something, but at some point it's going to feel like an interrogation, and then it feels bad for me ignoring you at that point, because it's your natural idea as a streamer is that you need to make people happy who are joining your stream, right? And you want to cater to the people that are joining your stream. So I do feel an obligation, even if the question is not something that I necessarily want to answer, to either, I guess, wiggle my way out of it with a funny joke or something like that, or at least interact with what you're typing in here. I try to avoid random topics and get this reaction, such a weird reaction. What do you mean, avoid random topics, though? Like, asking about the music from the 70s. Okay, that's a cool thing. Asking the intro, that's a cool thing. Those are two cool topics that we could talk about. But then the very next thing is vinyl. And then the next thing is something about the future or the past. I don't even know if this was related to the 1990s or the 2090s, to be honest. Because looking at it now, it seems like you're asking me about the future. But that's not the way that I interpreted it. And then it goes into how people listen to music, which may be somewhat related. And then it goes to, do you want to have a 90s studio? What is your monitor revolution? There's even more in here. I can scroll up and probably find, yeah, what is your most melodic track? Again, this is somewhat relevant to me, so this is okay, right? But there's, yeah, games and stuff like that. Mario shooting fireballs. This is, again, not relevant. This is relevant because it's, again, related to me. I'm, again, not trying to roast you too much for this kind of stuff, but I feel like I need to make an environment for everybody to interact with the stream and not just stream for Shadow Rage, which I felt towards the end here, it really became. Like right now, my chat, if we look at it, it's just Shadow Rage, the bot who just does its automatic promotion, and this one guy being on my side. Tell me how you want me to behave in the end. How do you... Tell me what you want me in the end. Wait. Tell me what do you want of me in the end. How do you want me to behave? I just want you to behave like any normal chatter. But I like the part that you're sometimes arguing with the stream. I just don't want my chat to just look like this, where it's just Shadow Rage. And if you feel the need to ask me a question about something specific, maybe try having a conversation with me, where in the next question that you ask, it is somewhat related to the previous thing that you asked. That way it doesn't feel like you're just asking one question and then there's me explaining something and then the topic goes away. And then there's another question and I explain something and the topic goes away. Because that is what I mean with interrogation. I didn't mean it in the negative way of it feels like you're trying to get some secret information out of me. it feels in the way that you're just asking questions and not really talking to me. Do you know what I mean? Do I prevent others to post anything? I do think that some people would have posted some more chat messages if you weren't this spammy. Again, I find it really hard to do this thing because I don't want to discourage people from completely posting in the chat. I not even you. I don't want you to take this personal in any way. I don't want you to necessarily change your behavior too much. I don't want you to leave either, because I do think that it's interesting to talk to you. But it can be discouraging if one person is kind of dominating the chat in a live stream. It can very much be discouraging for other people. Zen Lion, how are you doing? We got there in the end. Don't want to even add anything to this. Projector mentioned all the point needed. Yeah, I guess. I think I pretty much lined out what I would want from my chatters. It is not too much to ask, hopefully, for some chatters that maybe if I don't like the way that they're... This is such a hard topic to talk about. The way that they are having an impact on the stream, but also the behavior of other chatters, what other chatters feel like they're able to do. It shouldn't be too much to ask for me to slightly have you modify your behavior in that way. I'm sorry, Zen Lion, by the way, that you jumped into this particular conversation. This is never a conversation that you want to see at the beginning of a stream, so I'll try to keep this short as well. Again, I don't want this to be a roasting of the way that you behave or stuff like that. I do like having you in my chat. Again, as I said, I do like sometimes receiving that random question from you. But I kind of don't like the fact that the amount of random questions that you're asking feels like it's a little bit oppressive to the other people that are watching the stream, who I, by the way, also need to take care of. This is the reason why I do it. I'm streaming currently for 8 people. So there's 8 people trying to enjoy the live stream, not just you. I see it like this. I shitpost, I get banned. I don't remember saying anything mean or offensive. You're not shitposting though. You're not getting banned either. This is a suicide fence to walk on, because nothing is defined. Just chill and enjoy, let it flow. Yeah, I guess that's the best description of it. It feels like there is a lack of flow in the way that you're talking. In that you ask a question, and then I give an answer, and then you ask a question that is completely irrelevant to the thing that we were just talking about. So it just feels like the stream just goes in tuck little segments of me just answering one question, which is a really weird way of talking to somebody. Keep in mind that I'm a human being who likes to have conversations with people and who likes to be social, and this is one of the ways that I'm trying to do that. In this case, with my community, of course. I could also go out with friends and have a conversation that way. But one of the ways that I like to do it is by talking to you guys. Is it possible to buy for chat mods? No. No, that's not possible. I would like to have mods at some point. People that maybe keep an eye out for these kind of things and solve these issues for me. But I would need to be very specific with who I would let me mod my stream, because they have a big influence over the quality of the stream in general. Remember that I told you that I'm starting a production course. I'm starting to understand the DAW environment a bit better. I hope to be back on your feedback stream soon. Cool. That's nice. How long did you start now ago? Because I think it was like 2 weeks ago that you said it, but then it was another week because you were ill or something like that, or maybe like 3 weeks ago that happened. The reason why I'm, by the way, confused with this is I stream it once and then I also edit it in the stream like 2 weeks later or a week later. So my timing with all of these things that you guys tell me in the past is a little bit skewed, trying to remember exactly when you said it to me. So how long have you been doing this thing now? How long has it like actually started the course? Isolator, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? To be honest, I haven't had to listen to the whole intro yet. Let's do that. Maybe that's a good start. Definitely need some more impact in here, I guess. We need to do something with this sound. I'm going to do here is to change this up a little bit, have these two melody things in here and in here. Yeah, I'm on the second week, but my previous knowledge is helping me and things have been coming together in my mind. Yeah, of course, the thing that I noticed with learning stuff in regards to audio, the way that I was doing it in university, is that it does extend your base knowledge of a thing that you already have. So before I went into university, having produced at that point for like 9 years, I already knew a few things about audio, but the real technical in-depth knowledge that I get that I don't even really show on my channel because it's so technical that it's never going to be relevant to actual music, that massively got improved when I got into university, because that is the stuff that they were teaching, right? And already having a basis will help there, but it's and I guess the same is true, I guess, for what you're doing, right? You already have a base knowledge of how to make music, and now that you're getting into that course, they take that base knowledge and just expand upon that with solid foundation, solid teaching and stuff like that. Also, they allowed me to sit with the lecturer and give them my understanding first. So the lecturer said I don't need the basic course, so I just went straight to the advanced course. Ah, nice. Yeah, if they allow you to skip the parts that you already know, that allows you to immediately get into the part where you actually start to learn new stuff. So that's helpful too, yeah. I think I kind of messed up the melody a little bit here. So what we're going to do is we're not going to use the same melody. We're just going to use the last parts of it. Maybe a little bit of glitchiness on the drum loops here. This is, I guess, the point in time where I just start to tackle the random things that I hear on the playthrough. We'll do like little glitchy bits. Maybe with like just the delay and the resonator. But here, and maybe there. I like that. Actually sounds pretty cool. Did you do any gain staging in the beginning of this production? When it comes to gain staging, it's not something that is... Gain staging is the very specific act of... say that I have this process over here. If I'm turning up the gain here by 4 dB, gain staging is then turning down the gain here by 4 dB. So that is something that happens throughout the whole production process, the mixing process, and even to some extent the mastering process as well. When you want to ask like if I have any specific levels that I start out with, my kick always starts at -8 dB and my bassline usually starts out at -9 dB, and I build the track around that with the rest of the volumes that I have in the track. But that's just setting the volume of certain elements. That's not necessarily gain staging. I have a little bit of a hard time understanding your question, because gain staging is not some process that is confined to just the beginning of the production. It happens throughout the whole production. As you add a process, as you add an effect or a plugin, the gain changes, the loudness through that plugin changes, and therefore you need to change the output gain of the particular plugin that you're using. That is what gain staging is. It has nothing to do with the volumes that you set over here. This is just setting a volume. This is just, yeah. Indeed, we're pointing at the kick and bass. Yes, so I do have an initial volume, I guess, that I set up for the different elements that I have in the track. Mainly the kick and bass. Those are my like anchor points, I should say, I guess. And then everything else is not really, there's not really a standard volume for it. And even the kick and bass not always follow the standard volume. The kick is always at -8 for me, which means that even the bass line is somewhat flexible from maybe like -8 to -11-ish, depending on what type of bass line I'm going for and what type of vibe I'm going for. Dash glitch starts at -12, kick -12, bass -13. Yeah, it doesn't really matter as long as there's a little bit of headroom. What you can do is go on the master and not an OTT, that's a dumb idea, but take utility, and now if I go -4, I have the same, I guess, headroom amount as Dash glitch would have, right? Because it takes -8 and it adds -4 on top of that, which is -12, and then the -9 plus -4 becomes -13. So it doesn't really matter where your levels are. There's no benefits from one level to another. In fact, inside of Ableton, everything is 32-bit floating point. So you could even go at 0 and clip a little bit in the master, as long as when you render it, you turn it down. So if you're going into the master and your master is clipping, if you then do this and you turn it down to prevent the clipping, you're solving all of the issues, right? Because internally, Ableton is 32-bit floating point for its projects. Not every DAW has that. Some DAWs you're able to clip the tracks in the intermediary stages, I guess. That is how you would say it. If you're routing one track to another and stuff like that, they can clip there. But Ableton, it doesn't clip the master until it goes out of the master. So if you're making sure that even if in these tracks over here you're clipping, if the master doesn't clip, then there's no issue there. I'm just describing Dash glitch. It's all up to the producer. Exactly. Yes. I mean, what I wanted to say is that the only rule is about just making sure that you don't clip the master. If you're going for a clean sound. even master clipping, the digital distortion that you get from clipping, which, by the way, we use all the time, but it's just hard clipping. If you're using hard clipping, you can use hard clipping in a creative way, even on the master. In fact, I hard clip all of my masters. It's before the final limiter states that I use a clipper to take off those highest peaks. But in theory, it's just the same kind of clipping that you get over here. The only rules that are in place are those that if you want a certain result, you have to do this. But it's not necessarily said that you want that result, right? So in that case, if you disregard I want this certain result, then in fact, you're right, there are no actual rules in place that you have to follow in order to make music. I mean, I guess the only rule is that you actually have to write something. But yeah, apart from that, as soon as you have written something, then it's music and therefore it's okay. It just means that aesthetically, maybe you want clipping or maybe you don't want clipping. Then there are certain rules that you have to follow to achieve one or the other. And granted, this takes into account the idea that you would need to know what you're doing. Most people don't. Hell, even I don't sometimes. So that's natural as well, actually. So in theory, you could say, yeah, there's not actually any rules in that regard. I would like a vocal maybe in here. We do have this whisper sound. Maybe that could be cool to have that somewhere here-ish. Maybe here. I do think I want to breakbeat back in here. I constantly hear myself thinking about a breakbeat, I guess. So I want to bring it back to see if that's going to fit. I just want like a very traditional one, I guess. I want it to be a little bit fuller. Let's see what happens if we frequency shift this one over here. We'll just go up like this. It's on the loud side, of course. I'll have a little atmosphere in here to keep this from becoming too stale here. Nice. I like that transition now. Let's see how it sounds from here as well. I really like this one sound in here. For some reason it's coming out very nice. It does change every time. What kind of weird sound design am I doing here then? Ah, the glitch is coming from this bit. Okay. Strange. I think I'm going to take another quick break here, and then I'll do maybe like another hour of production, maybe in the later bits as well. We're not really getting a lot of linear progress done, I guess, in the sense that the part that we've worked on was already there. The only thing that we've really done is extended the intro. And I guess we've done a few things over here, but that's mainly like atmosphere stuff and backing stuff. There wasn't a lot going on here. Oh, we did change the way that it's transitioning into the other part, which means that we also cut out a big part of the track. So maybe we've even gone backwards in the amount of work that we've done. I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back. And in the meantime, I've streamed so much I don't remember which tracks I have and haven't played and which tracks I can play. I think I've played this track already, but now it has a different sound to it. I guess this one. I mean, no, I have a track that I can play. Hold on just a moment here. What is an intro? It's the beginning of the track. It's the start. I have a very interesting track that I can play during the break. The track that came out today. Right here. Of course, I get it recommended. Turns out, just a joke. The real joke here is that I opened up a YouTube video and it immediately crashed my stream. That's the real joke here. I'll just play the track. I was going to show you guys the visuals and the YouTube video, but if it crashes my stream, then that's not a good idea. For now, this is the track that I released just today. If you want to see the visuals and check out the music video, you can do so with the link in the pinned thing of the chat, the pinned message, I guess, in the chat. Here you can see the track. This is the track. I'll just play it in here. I do encourage you, if you're going to look at the music video, please do so and listen to the whole thing, because that's good for the YouTube algorithm. Also leave a comment maybe, leave a like of course, but don't just go in there, leave a like, leave a comment and then immediately go off again, because that's really bad for YouTube. And we do want to get this stuff out of the ground, so we do want it to grow, so that we can not only support our own music and grow our own music, but also start providing some support for other artists in the future. Lagging, yes, exactly. Greetings from Greece, thank you. Greetings back to Greece. So here's the track that I released today. I hope that you enjoy it, and as I said, if you're going to listen to the track, please do so in a way that helps us. And thank you for the support in advance. I might be wrong, but is this playing too slow? No, it's actually designed that way. I did indeed write a 110 BPM track and then turned it into a 143 BPM track halfway through. All of a sudden we have these connectivity issues now. I came back and it disconnected again. What's happening? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I can see that my viewership also is dropping as well. It's an annoying experience for everyone. It's just so annoying that this keeps on happening. And I feel like it cannot even be like the router, the thing that I suspect is causing the issue. Because it's so random, right? If it's the router having constant connectivity issues, then it would be happening constantly. But it's just every once in a while I drop out for 10 seconds or 20 seconds. Buffer stuff, ISP, there's many things that can cause this, yeah. Again, the plan is in September for me to move to a different apartment, and then I'll get different internet as well. But maybe even that won't solve it. Maybe there is some issue with my system, my PC, maybe even my OBS, that just makes it so that it drops out for some reason. I don't know. It's very annoying when this happens. You know how another thing that this does is it just completely disrupts your creativity, because now I have to worry about what the stream is actually doing and how the stream is actually performing. Up until this point, I was just happily streaming. And now it's just a mess. I'm constantly now worried about having to maybe recap certain things or stuff like that. Here there's a little bit of an issue with the structure. The fill is actually like that. Yeah, I just don't know what to do about it right now. Viewers are back up though. It is going back up. I guess that's the dip that I'm currently experiencing is literally the people disconnecting from the stream and maybe refreshing or something like that to get the stream back. That might have that might be like reflected in the viewers. Again, that's something that I don't really know. It's not 100% clear from YouTube what the concurrent viewers is. Like, it doesn't tell you, right? In general, YouTube gives me very little information. I was debating during my break if I wanted to talk about this, but I guess now since we're in this topic, it's now a good time to talk about it. Today's short that I posted, I think, is my best short yet. The one about the sampling, right? But if I look at where it is out of performance, can I show this? I cannot show it like that. I can show it like this. If I look at the performance of the short, it's absolutely miserable. And YouTube doesn't tell me why. Like, I'll go in here and I can see that it's from the beginning being shown less than my average short. Like, if I go to any other short, let's see if I can find one that just performed normally for my channel. Again, I have to do this a little bit off screen because I don't know what I'm allowed to show from YouTube and what not. But I think this one was quite a normal one in the first 24 hours. Yeah. If I go to 24 hours here first. I don't know if that's even a lot different. It just fluctuates, which is annoying. So here we are at first 4 hours, 118 times shown in feed. So this is how many times YouTube tries to get a view from it. This is not the actual viewing number, because people tend to skip away as well. I do like that, or I do see that this is higher than usual, right? Because normally I get around maybe like 40% people watching. on a normal one, I think. So if I go to this one, 4 hours in, it's 3 times that. And in this case, it's actually quite normal, actually, now that I see that. But even this one didn't get a lot of views, right? Like, this is the minimum usual that I get. Because I do have 2 types of shorts, right? I have the funny ones and the non-funny ones. Again, I think I can show this part, because I believe I should be worried about how much or the money that is on stream. If I show money, then they might not like that. But even the ones that are not funny, the ones that don't have the emojis in it, they still performed pretty well in the last few days. But like as I said here, the difference between this one, 180 times shown in the first 4 hours, and this being like double that or even more, I cannot tell why. YouTube doesn't tell me why this is happening. Why do you immediately from the start just get fewer times shown in feed than any other short? And in this one, it's very infuriating, because this particular short took me like an hour and a half to make. Whereas other shorts take much less time than that, because they are just a batch of shorts that I get to all edit in one go. Keep making music, brother, we will be there. I know, I don't know if you guys find this interesting when I talk about the YouTube stuff. I guess most people don't, but it's maybe something that I'd like to vent about. And personally, I do find this very, very interesting, partially because it's my job, but also because I just find these kind of systems, these kind of things interesting in general. Even the performance of other people's YouTube channel, I do like to either know what's going on or maybe discuss that and stuff like that. It's an interest that I have, partially. And that might be because it's my job as well, that I also have an interest in other people's content. But sometimes it's nice when it's growing, but when it's not growing or when it's going down, it's infuriating. And there's nothing to do about it, right? Because I cannot call somebody at YouTube and say, hey, what's going on here? I cannot go into the analytics and, as I said, see exactly why my short doesn't get shown to as many people as it usually does in the first few hours. That's a very annoying thing. All that I can do is just continue making content and hopefully go through this and maybe not have more issues like that. It's feeling like it is happening now consistently, whereas maybe like 1.5 months ago, it was every once in a while there was like one short in maybe a month that would underperform. I've had a week or a week and a half in February where every short underperformed like that. And sometimes it's just infuriating and it's mainly demoralizing, the fact that you don't get any information out of YouTube. They don't tell you what is going on with your channel, the thing that you depend on for your income. Imagine going to work in the morning and your boss says, you've been underperforming, you're not getting paid as much this month, but he doesn't tell you why, or what you can do to change, or what you can do to improve. That's essentially the job that I have, right? Because everything is dependent on it. If I get fewer views, I sell fewer products, and that is my main source of income. So what do you do? I think the best thing indeed to do is just continue and hope that it gets better, because as I said, there's not much that you can actually see and improve on. So that's what I'll do. I'll just continue doing what I do now, including on the stream, which is making music and not complain about things that you guys probably don't care about. Let's get to this point over here. I think I like this part being solo, but that would mean that I would want a few more elements in here probably, because otherwise it's also solo over here. Like, it's very empty now, right? So we'll do, maybe we'll use that one glitchy one shot that we have in here that originally was for the intro. We can see what happens if we just drop that, maybe, yeah, right there. I don't know if it's going to fit or not. Obviously, we'll have to add some delay, some reverb, all of the good stuff that we normally do in terms of processing. I like the clickiness that we're getting from that. It's just a little bit too long of a feedback. Also, this needs to be in C sharp, because this is the C sharp part of the track. Let's see what we can add here as well. Kind of like a response in the same way. We'll just use a very similar kind of sound. And there's an easy way to do that in Omnisphere. It's just going to need some time to open up. There we are. We just sound match and then try a different one. Let's see what this one does. Not really. This might be cool, but it could be an octave higher. Let's add a nice long riser together with that. We'll do, of course, a little fill over here to indicate that this is a different part. I have two tracks in here that aren't doing anything. I'll delete this, and then I have another one with a serum on there that we can use to make a cool sequence in here that goes with the other thing. I said before that I wanted to do another hour. I'm not sure if I'm going to get to another hour. Maybe we'll fill up until like 3 hours and a half or something like that, which is finishing off in a little bit. It's just the demoralizing things that are happening right now, and that really is lacking my creativity and my energy. It makes it go a lot lower, of course. So that would be the reason. What I want to do though is I do want to do one more cool sound design thing to see if I can get some more ideas out. We'll put that at the sub bass registers, and now we have that thing. What if we do some modulation with this? We'll make like a square here, and then you have to pitch track it up 48 semitones, and then you can modulate with the noise oscillator and just give that a little bit of extra. We'll make this a little bit lower as well. was hoping that that would be cooler than it is. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, let's maybe make the notes a bit shorter because it's kind of overlapping into the other ones. Reverse delay tails and play them between the natural delay but 2 dB lower. Reverse the delay tails. I mean, I don't know how to do that on this thing. It is a cool technique, what you're saying. Yeah, we could like resample some delay, reverse that with some of these sounds. Maybe not this one, because this is like a sequence. I'd like this to be a little bit blockier. Maybe so, like this then. That does sound cool. It just does not have yet enough movement. We can try a few techniques from Neurobase design, for those that know how to do that, where you have like maybe like 2 notch filters and 2 peaks like this, and then randomly moving them around. So let's get some LFOs to do that. Should we do that with LFOs, or should I just set up like 4 macros and dial in some modulation? We could try that actually. So going in here, so that's 3, 5, 6, and 4, I guess. Yeah. Okay, this one as well. We set that to macro. This one over here, we set that to macro. And this one over here, we set that to a macro. I just have to set minimum and maximum values. So like 200 to 10,000 for all of them. Okay. If I now turn on this thing, the other sound. I'm sorry, I don't know which one you're referring to. Maybe these ones over here? We can try that. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I'll try to implement that later. I first want to do some modulation stuff on this sound over here. But yeah, this sound for here, yeah, we can play with the delay tails. We can resample those delay tails. That would be cool. That's a good idea. Let me first clean up this stuff over here. I don't need that anymore. And then I can go in here and go this, 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 and this. And now I can, let's play around with one of them at the time. Okay, perfect. So now I can record one of them in. Okay, that's one. Next one. I'm kind of not deliberately looking at what the shape of this thing is doing, so that we just purely get some randomness in there. Cami, what's up? What are you How are you doing? What are you doing? Everybody asks, what are you doing? Never, how are you doing? Illusion, welcome as well. Nice to see you here. That's cool, and then we'll do the final one. Okay. So that's cool. Maybe we should also do it with a low pass and a high pass. I'm thinking now. So I'm going to set up a low pass and a high pass here. It should be fairly easy to just do this, right? MIDI on this one and on this one. I do think that I should maybe give this one a try before. This one over here. So this is the high pass and this is... Wait. Why is frequency 8 then not moving? Ah, because the mapping is wrong. Sorry. This should be... Those two should be away. So... Or removed. This one and... This one. And then I need to set up... This one and... This here. Yes, okay. And then the mapping should go... all the way for both of them. Yes. This is the high pass. We will start off with the low pass. I'm just going to like slightly cut into it every once in a while like this. From here. Okay, cool. And now we can every once in a while have the high pass open up as well. The cool thing about this is that we can later on change the ranges if we want to. So say, for example, that the high pass is going a little bit too high, which I think it did. We just set this to 10K to half the frequency that it goes to. So we are clipping heavily, which is kind of the point, because that means that if I now add a saturator, there we are. If I now add a saturator to it, it should distort slightly, which is cool. I'll also OTT this thing. That's starting to sound cool. I'll just add a normal echo here. Looks like a formant filter. It is kind of like a formant filter, but this is from Neurobase, like synthesis. The way that they do Neurobase is that they do this process over here, but many, many times in a row. So you'll have a saw wave and you'll have this kind of EQ on it with a lot of different kind of movements with different kind of filters. And then you'll saturate it like we do over here to bring back some of those harmonics. And then you do that again and again and again until you get the amount of movement that you want from it. That's how those kind of sounds are achieved. Cool. Another low pass filter here to maybe like bring it in every once in a while. Cool stuff. I like that. Last thing I want to do maybe is a slight volume like increase here. It would be cool towards the end to have it change the sound design more. With what we have set up now, it's a little bit strange probably. Can I... there. See what it's doing here. Yeah, so... what can we do here? To towards the end morph into a different sound. This is the annoyance with these complex patches. I don't necessarily know what is causing the thing that I want to change now, because it's kind of like a combination of all of the different things. But I would like it to maybe wash out a bit more here. So I guess we can do that with the feedback over here. I like where that's going. Towards the end we'll also make a longer delay so that it stays a little bit longer here. Maybe let's do 99 and then we'll turn off the dry wet over here to make sure that it doesn't go into the next part. And then we'll do the traditional thing that you often hear on these kind of things, which is frequency shift the delay tail. Here we'll just obviously start from 0 and then maybe go up like that and then rise down quickly. And then here there's going to be like a fill thingy happening, and then we'll find that out later. What I want to do now is what you suggested indeed, and that is to take these two delay tails and do some more cool stuff with those. You can basically just group them and just record from that group 76 over here. And then just record this. Now it's just one recording, it's a little bit quicker that way. Maybe that's the thing that we'll use over here, actually, to fade into the next segment, is one of these. And then the other one over here. Delete all of the residue. I'm just going to normalize both of them. This is minus 15, this is minus 16. That's nice. That means that the second one is going to be a little bit louder. But we'll get this to minus 15 then. Oh. There was some crackling there. Sometimes my audio engine does that when I'm doing weird stuff, but I hope that that doesn't continue to happen. What I want to do is I want to have a very strong sequence in this part over here. maybe not like dark anymore. Maybe I want to start preparing the listener for the brighter stuff that is going to come here. So we'll do that with another sequence. I feel like I am getting back into the creativity now. So that's good. Unless my audio engine starts to malfunction now completely. Which... just knocking on the desk there. Hopefully doesn't happen. The idea that I have now is going to be like... something like this. I need to find the rhythm in my head. Hey man, I've been stumbling on your shorts and got to say that they have been a massive help for me. Only recently got into music production and just trying to soak up as much knowledge as I can. Thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying the shorts. That's what they're for. By the way, welcome to the stream as well. Hopefully you're enjoying your stay here as well. Sorry, I need to focus a little bit because I have a rhythm in my head. That's the thing that I have in my head. I'm trying to pronounce it out loud so that I can... I guess I could maybe even... Nee, I can't do that because I'm streaming, so I cannot take my microphone. I was like, I could just sing it in, even though you guys wouldn't want to hear me sing. Trying to slow the rhythm down. It's still too fast. He also has a masterclass. I indeed also have a masterclass where you can learn more stuff. Ah, the rhythm that I'm imagining is triplets. Okay. That will make it difficult, yeah. Middle note up 1 octave on the 3rd or 4th arp. Middle note up 1 octave on the 3rd or 4th arp. Not really what I'm looking for, I think. I want that downwards movement in there. Yeah, I want that downwards motif going choo, choo, choo. I kind of want lasers, but with individual notes. If that's a way to describe it. Ah, now we're playing from here. Aha. Let's make this a square saw like this. Why is it clicking now? Do I need to... that there's like a clicky thing going on? Everything is so confusing today. What is happening? Why is everything breaking? Where is 65? Why are these numbers also messed up? Oh, here. What is happening over here? What? I get it. Yeah. Some really strange things happening today. Today's is a wacky day. Do you hear that towards the end it goes like rut? Is it because it's looping? I mean, I like the sound. I might turn this into a 32 note, but it shouldn't play a 32 note. It's not doing it now, but if I play it like this... Why? What? What's up with my project? Gotta love that moment. Yeah, it is one of the few times that I am not entirely sure what my own organization is doing. I think the reason for it is because I'm naming tracks. Normally, I don't name any of my tracks until I get to the very end of the project when I start exporting for mixing. But because this was originally part of a YouTube video, I decided to name each individual track after that video in the series. And I think that is actually messing up some of these later numbers. Because as you can see, there's just a random 75 over here when it should not be 75. It should be 86, right? Because the way that I've it set up is any track that doesn't have a name is unnamed for... so it's unnamed for MIDI. It's audio for empty audio tracks or like stuff that I'm recording to. And otherwise it is name of the... or the number of the channel and then the sample that I'm loading onto it. So that's kind of the default, but as you can see, some of these numbers just don't make sense with the one that it's actually on, right? Because this is 91, which is okay, and then this should be 92, but for some reason it isn't. Can it be the case that because I'm freezing these and then adding tracks later that it doesn't change the name? Oh man. I've never had... I don't think I've ever had it to this extent before where I'm just, for a moment, completely lost in the project. I guess the thing that is happening here is because it's looping. It causes it to do weird stuff. I've also never had that. Today is a strange day, as I said. But we'll do some 32 notes because I do like the sound that we're getting from that. Some accidents happening over here with the projects. Okay, so now I'm going to FM this. Not really the texture that I'm going for. I was actually going for more gritty texture with this. Maybe if we set up a more gritty tone from like the tone spec over here. Okay, so now we get just into the grittiness of that sound. So what we can do is over the course of 16 bars go like this. And now it just morphs from a very clean tri-saw. Is this a tri-saw? Or tri-square? It's a saw square, I guess. One hand is a square, the other hand is a saw part. Thanks, Projector. Love the new track, by the way. Got to go. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm glad that you like the new music as well. Okay, so it becomes gritty towards the end here. I'd like that effect to happen here. So we're just going to go up a bit more, I guess. I'm in the wrong spot as well. Or do I want that to start? No, I want this to start here. So without any automation. Again, I wish there was a shortcut that temporarily does what this does. Because I do like having the functionality of being able to move stuff without moving the automation. I just don't every time want to go up here and change that thing. It would be much easier if that could just be a shortcut that you could hold some way. I think I can set it up to do that. But it would be nice if Control Drag just drag this around without moving the automation with it, or Alt Drag or something. Sometimes you just have to try. Maybe there is a shortcut for that and I'm just unaware. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Alt Control does this. I didn't know that. I have that on my middle mouse button, holding down the middle mouse thing. How long have you been making Psytrance? Like, I took it seriously from the beginning of the pandemic. And I've been making it, I guess, little over a year longer than that. But before that, I've been making music to some extent for 12 years now. The first 8 years of that, I would say, have been, or the first 9 years, up until I started the Projector project, it was always very experimental and very just messing around. And once I started the Projector thing and I really dove into Psytrance heads first, I really had a clear mindset of what I wanted to do and where I wanted to go. And ever since then, I would say that is really where I've started to learn production fully. Where I've gotten into the sound design, where I've gotten into all of the technical stuff and all of those kind of things. Duplicate channel, delete the rest. This is so... I'm sorry, it's not your fault. Because of the stream delay, I'm not sure again what you're talking about. But with maybe with the movement of the thing, as you say, yeah. What you can do is indeed, if you want to move a MIDI clip without changing the automation, is do something like this, this, and then this. But that's also very annoying. I just want to be able to hold control and have it temporarily activate this. I don't want to permanently assign control to this. Maybe I do. Let's see what happens if I just control. It doesn't allow for that. Shift doesn't allow for that. Nice. You cannot do that the way that I wanted to. I wanted to have it, because I'm with my right hand, I'm obviously holding the mouse, and on my left hand I always rest that so that my ring finger is on the control key, because that's one of the keys that you often use, or like around the shift key. So my hand is very low and far away on the keyboard, unless I'm playing something in, then it's in the middle. So that means I would like to have it around the key where it's around that. Maybe caps lock? Why can you not do this? It's only going to use the letters, I assume. So if I press like 1, yeah, so that works. The lock envelopes thing. I would like to be able to do that on... I mean, I guess that's decently quick. The 1 isn't used for any other shortcut, right? I like the name. Reminds me that perception is what you yourself place on reality. The Projector name. You want to know how I got the Projector name? I was originally releasing music under Okay, so I started out releasing music under the iconic name DJ Brahmi D. And then I was like, that doesn't sound professional at all after like 3 years. So I decided, I cannot even pronounce this, so I'll have to type the name here. I decided to change my name to BRHSM, which the H was supposed to mean the A, like changing around the A to an H, because it kind of looks somewhat similar. And then the S is the initial of my surname. And I moved some stuff around. So I originally had this in mind. And then it would be pronounced Brahms. But I was like, that's never going to work. Let's just move this over here. So that's how I got that second name. And then I released music under that for another few years. And then I was like, again, people started to tell me like the name that you're using, there's no way that you can pronounce that, right? Like there's no easy way international pronunciation for it. So then I was like, okay, I need a better name again. So what I did is I went into a gaming name generator, and there I found the name Tremont, which is the last artist project that I had before I started Projector. And when I was like, so I started releasing under Projector, so I started releasing under Tremont, and from there I was again like, I'm not so sure about this name, and I started discovering Psytrance. And when I discovered Psytrance, I was like, I'm not going to put Psytrance on my Tremont stuff, because when I was doing Tremont, I was doing mid-tempo. For those that don't know what mid-tempo is, listen to Rez to get an idea of the kind of music that I was making. This person. I was very similar to what this person was doing. Rez, and there's another one that is a little bit more... I was like a little bit more aggressive than this. A little bit more strong, a little bit stronger sound design, that kind of stuff. But I was like, okay, I'm not going to put Psytrance under the Tremont brand, because it's not what I do, right? Even though I had 0 fans, I was still like, oh, I want to keep the Tremont thing, I want to keep doing the mid-tempo maybe, and then I want to do Psytrance on the side. That was the initial idea. So I was like, okay, I need another project. And that's when it hit me. I just was like, I need another project, and exactly at that moment I was like, Projector. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's right there. Then I was like, oh, if I use Projector with a C, then you know it's the for the projection stuff, right? Because that's already a thing. So I was like, what I'll do is I'll just turn the C into a K, and that will be my name. So that's how I got to the name Projector. It's a little bit of a long, convoluted way of getting there, but in the end, now I'm here, now I'm happy. I'm happy with the name, it sounds good. It is, the important thing about an artist name is that it's translatable and internationally pronounceable. And Projector, everybody will pronounce it that way, because the name, like the projector, the actual like beamer or the projection machine, right? This thing. These things over here. It's either you call it a projector, or in Italian you call it proiettore, which if there's a K in there, you also say it's projector, that kind of thing. So it's always pronounceable in any language, and that is important. Fits right in with Psytrance. I didn't necessarily think about it that way, that it would be a good name for Psytrance. I was just like, I need another project name. And then I was like, why don't I just call it Projector? That's project name but longer. I can just use that. Because initially I thought like, oh, I'll do a few Psytrance tracks and I'll just throw it on this secondary thing here. And then I've released a few tracks, or not even released them. I just had them up on my SoundCloud and stuff. They've all long been gone. The only track I guess that remains of that period is Acid Dreams. For all of those first tracks that I made, even before the pandemic, I made one preset pack that I used. I just spent like a summer making presets, and that became Psychedelic Essentials Volume 1. So Psychedelic Essentials Volume 1 actually came out. I decided to sell that on Gumroad. I don't even know how I found that, but I just found the service and decided to sell it. And that went so well. Like, I got so many people actually purchasing it. It may have been like 5 people or something like that. But that was enough for me to be convinced, like, oh, wait a second, this new project that I started actually made me some money. I can actually do something with this. So then I focused everything onto Projector, and I started to look up maybe how I could do tutorials and stuff like that. And I had a camera laying around. And when the pandemic hit, I was just stuck indoors, not doing anything. So I decided to one day film myself doing, I think it was like some baseline processing technique with multiband stuff. I mean, I can check. The videos are terrible. If you go back and watch them now, they're absolutely terrible. But I can just go in here, set visibility to public, and then go to the oldest date. Yeah. You'll see that I had 2 packs coming out, even these drum samples. These drum samples aren't even Psytrance yet. At least most of them aren't really Psytrance. But I had the Psytrance Essentials. This one, as you can see, it did really well at the time even. It's growing more and more now because it's my oldest video. But at the time, it immediately got a lot of views, right, in the first few days. So I was like, oh, this is cool. This is something that I can use. You can see this is actually the view graph of my channel as well. This is how many or how the rate of my views have gone up. Or I guess maybe the subscribers is that way. Anyway, then I started making the tutorials here, the 31st of January. And this one also was received very well because I published it on the Reddit, the Psytrance Production subreddit. And then from there on, you can see it took me a few days to make the next one. And then it took me a few days to make the next one. And then from there, I was every day, making a tutorial, making a video, or making a track, right? So because I had nothing else to do, I was like, I'm just going to try this and see where it goes. And at the end of, or halfway into 2020, I got my first masterclass deal. So that really helped me because that was actually getting me like a significant amount of money. It wasn't great, but it was enough money for me to just pay the minimum amount of rent that I needed to pay and stuff like that. And I was able to slightly sustain myself through that. And from there on, I moved back in with my parents. I had my break, and then I came back. And from there on, it has been growing ever since. So I guess that's the history of Projector and how I got the name and everything. And it's all indeed, yeah, happy accidents. Even the reason why I started producing is odd and a happy accident. I think I told this story on stream as well, but this may make for good content in the conversations as well. I started producing because I essentially got bullied into it. And it sounds really strange, but the way that it went is I got bullied a lot in 2nd grade and 3rd grade. And at the end of 3rd grade, all of the, like in the Netherlands, you have to choose your learning direction, I guess. So all of the students that were bullying me went in a different direction. And I got placed with a whole bunch of new people that I didn't know. And because I was always bullied, I would always wear headphones. So I always had these headphones around my neck like this whenever I was not actually listening to music. So I was always walking around school looking like this. So they started calling me the DJ as kind of like a joke. But me being so afraid of that turning into bullying again, what I just, like in my head, what I decided to do was I said, like, wouldn't it be cool if they called me the DJ and instead of bullying me for it, I would actually show them a piece of music that I made, right? A piece of electronic music as if I were an actual DJ. That way they couldn't bully me for it because I was actually a DJ. I was actually doing the thing that they told me to do. So that is how I got into music production. That is how I started the idea. I just cycled home one day, and while I was cycling, I had this idea, like, it would be cool if I actually came to school one day with a track. Of course, that never happened because the music that I made absolutely sucked. But that is how I initially found out about, oh, you can make music with FL Studio. And then I got myself FL Studio, and then I started exploring it, and I was like, wait a second, this is actually really fun. This is actually something that is really enjoyable. This is my hobby now. And then years later, the hobby with the pandemic, through the accident of the pandemic, kind of turned into my job like it is now. So I guess the moral of the story is take all of the opportunities that you can get, even the ones that you think are stupid or are accidents or things that you thought are going to go nowhere, or things that you're doing for a completely different reason, right? Like I was trying to make music to not get bullied, and now it's my job. So all of those things you can use in your life to progress your life. That's a fun story. I like to tell that. I liked having told that story. Gotta go now. See you, man. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm also going to end it pretty soon, I think, because it's been 4 hours. I do want to finish this sound here. Otherwise, it's halfway in between. Okay. Overall, we want a little bit of extra texture on top of that. We might layer an FM synth on top of this, maybe. I like that it starts almost completely clean. We get a little bit of crunch from the saturator and multiband now, but it just crunches up throughout it. I would like it to start crunching like roughly here-ish. It's a little bit later now, so I'm just going to... Kind of there, yeah, exactly. Okay. I'm debating if I should filter this sound or layer a filtered sound on top of it for the movement. I think I'm going to go with the second one, and in order to then have a little bit of cohesion, we'll group them together here and here. So this can go on the group. We'll probably have to turn this down by a lot and then turn this to minus 10-ish maybe. Okay, so that's sitting in there. And we'll just take the same rhythm and play a high-tech synth in just like one note, one key, I guess. And we'll duplicate that over. I'd like to do a very traditional high-tech synth here. If I'm dead honest, I don't have enough experience to just throw out a high-tech synth that is always the exact characteristic that I want. I don't have enough experience yet with high-tech to do that. What I do think is that using some of these wavetables over here, I believe there's like a Razer one, right? Which does a... No, which is the one that I want that does the... It's not this. Is it this thing? There's a few ones that already have that kind of FM-y feeling to it. Maybe the Ring as well. Yeah, these. Do you see this shape that they have? That's kind of like an FM shape. We can use that. And this should now... Yes, there we are. And we go bandpass with both of them. Maybe 12. I like that. Clearly what we need to do here, it makes a lot of sense to, again, use the MIDI controller for our movement here. So I'm just going to... No, I'm not going to do it like that, sorry. The filter cutoff, we can delete it. We can delete everything, by the way, because we've already recorded those modulations. I want to use a macro here so that I can set minimum and maximum values. course. Nice. And then we want this thing here. Okay. I guess I'll start like low and then slowly up it, but keeping a little bit of movement like this. Oh, nice. Okay, you can just delete that part. I didn't want of course it recorded over that part over there. We didn't want that, obviously. We'll simplify the envelope on this. It's a little bit easier to edit if I need to. I am constantly thinking, like, should I do a pitch bend towards the second part? I'm just going to try to see what happens if we do that. Because I think it would be hype. I think that will work. We'll give it an Echo Boy here. Nice big thing like that. And then just have that come in. I essentially want no delay in the beginning, I guess. I'll do a little bit of OTTing here. I am pretty stupid, am I not? I should be in C# for all of these, because this is the C# part of the track still. This one as well, it's going to... I'm not entirely sure if I like it. I might change that up later. But for now, I think I'm going to finish up here. You're better high-tech now. Do you think so? To be honest, I'm still finding it very hard to make it and to get to the sounds that I actually want to get to. But I'm happy with the progress that we did today. I think we upgraded a lot of the things that we had already in the track. I might continue working on it off stream. Kijk, we gaan nog altijd bezig. Jazeker. But I am stopping right now. I'm going to end it today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. By the way, again, go check out the new music. There's a link pinned up top in the chat that should get you to the track. if you are going to watch the video, please watch it till the end, because that helps with the YouTube algorithm. Again, it just helps us boost the views on that, and that is really what we need right now, so that we can grow out this label, maybe start supporting some other artists. So yeah, add it to your playlist as well. It's also on Spotify, it's also on streaming services. Apple Music is a little bit annoying, so it will come there very, very soon. You can also purchase it on Bandcamp, where all of the money coming into Bandcamp will go directly to the promotion for the label. So also that is helping directly grow the label as well. So thank you guys for all of that. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for the support today. And yeah, that's it. I hope you enjoyed.